Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2.
have a set of 4 2-year-olds in a qualifier. We'll have Salzbrook Andy with Adam Murner. I So Sweet now gets Kenny Murphy. Always Somewhere does get Paul Langell. 2 a.m. Wake Up Call now gets Jason Hughes. Two-year-olds lighting up in the qualifier. Salzbrook Andy, Eyes So Sweet. Always Somewhere, 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off end pacing, and at the rail, Salzburg Andy is the first one out. Second is Always Somewhere, and in at the rail, Eyes So Sweet goes third. And then the fourth one, that's 2 a.m. Wake Up Call, rounding the first turn, led by Salzburg Andy with Adam Murner. Now into second, Eyes So Sweet. Back into third to take a seat is Always Somewhere. And fourth is 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. They race the backstretch, approaching that first quarter mile, and on the front end, Salzbrook Andy is the fraction setter on Eyes So Sweet. The opening quarter went 31 and 2. Racing from third, that is Always Somewhere with 2 a.m. Wake Up Call, trailing the field fourth. As they move off the paddock turn towards the half mile they come, it's Salzbrook Andy. He is the fraction setter. Eyes So Sweet is second, continuing third, Always Somewhere. And the fourth one is 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. No movement as they move on by the first half mile, and they were halfway home in 102 and 3. Racing towards the 5/8 they go, and it's Salzbrook Andy, the leader, on Eyes So Sweet second. Back into third, Always Somewhere, fourth. That's 2 a.m. Wake Up Call on route to three quarters. Salzbrook Andy still the leader on Eyes So Sweet. Now the move to third on the outside. Always Somewhere, followed by the trailer fourth, 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. They went three quarters in 133 and 2, picking up to 30 and 4 in the third quarter. They get set to turn for home, led by Salzbrook Andy. Up second now on the outside, Always Somewhere. At the rail, Eyes So Sweet. And 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. On the wire, here is Salzbrook Andy all the way for Murner. Rallying up second, Always Somewhere. Eyes So Sweet. Third, 2 a.m. Wake Up Call. Fourth, the mile in 2-0. 2 and 2. Now the results of the first qualifier, Salzbrook Andy the winner. Eyes So Sweet third, Always Somewhere second, 2 a.m. Wake Up Call fourth, 31 and 2, 102 and 3, 133 and 2, 202 and 2. In review, 1324.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
Second qualifier lines up with Sergeant Crowley and Jason Hughes, Twin Turbo Diesel, Kenny Murphy, and Jules Dragon, Landon Campbell. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Twin Turbo Diesel. Sergeant Crowley towards the rail now. He'll move to the front. Twin Turbo Diesel will go second. Then it'll be Jules Dragon for third as they race over to the opening gate. Sergeant Crowley and Jason Hughes on the lead. They're en route to the first quarter. Second is Twin Turbo Diesel, and then the third one, that is Jules Dragon. The trio up the backstretch for the first time, approaching the first quarter. Sergeant Crowley will get them to the opening station. Twin Turbo Diesel goes second and Jules Dragon third. They are comfortable here, 31 and 4. They race round the turn now for the first time, arriving next at the 3/8. Sergeant Crowley is the leader by 2 on Twin Turbo Diesel in second, and Jules Dragon races from third. They arrive at the opening half-mile next with Sergeant Crowley, the midway point leader, and the lead a little better than 2 on Twin Turbo Diesel in second. Jules Dragon goes third. They were over to the half mile in 102 and 1, so they pick it up to 30 and 2 in the second quarter. 5/8 is the next check-in spot for Sergeant Crowley, the leader. Twin Turbo Diesel continuing second with Jules Dragon third on the backstretch for time 2, and they're going to 3 quarters led by Sergeant Crowley. Twin Turbo Diesel second. There goes Jules Dragon, making his move to the outside from third. The tempo is picking up in here, and that's Sergeant Crowley in the late going. Jules Dragon is second, Twin Turbo Diesel third. 3 quarters went 133 and 2. Another 31 and 1 quarter in there, and they're headed on home. Led by Sergeant Crowley, Jules Dragon on the outside. Twin Turbo Diesel has gone off stride. It'll be Jules Dragon to get up for Landon Campbell. Second is Sergeant Crowley, with Twin Turbo Diesel finishing third. Time for the mile in 2:02. Results of the second qualifier: Sergeant Crowley was second, Twin Turbo Diesel third, Jules Dragon the winner, 31 and 4, 102 and 1, 133 and 2, 202. In review, it's 231. come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I am your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. It is a beautiful night out there. It's been a beautiful day all day today. We have 14 races on tap here tonight. The feature race comes up tonight in race number 13 with a field of 6 facing the starting gate. Tony Too Tall with Keith Legg on the rails. Sure Thing Captain 2 with Jason Hughes. 3 is Freeman's Legacy with Jacob Sweet. Doc Awesome 4 with Adam Murner. Hellabaloo leaves 5 with Paul Angel. Mickey Shan on the outside 6 with Corey McPherson. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We do have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 8 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 26 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 5, St. Patrick's Morn, going from a blind bridle to a can't-see back bridle. Turning over to race number 2, scratch the 4 entry, Me and the Boys, he will not go. Race 2, scratch number 4, Me and the Boys. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 1, Timberly Rose, will go from a blind to an open bridle and adding a Pelling Pacifier. Number 9, Covalicious Rhymes, will go from blinkers to open, add a rolling burr head pole on the inside. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 4, Woodmere Heather M, make the driver tonight Jeremy Baker. Jeremy Baker drives for Woodmere Heather M, who has an equipment change going from blind to blinkers. Next change, turn over to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 7, Wednesday's Child, will go from a blind to an open with cheek rolls and removing the Murphy blind. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 6, Stormy's Hush Money, going from blind to open bridle. Exchange, go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 4, Molly Malone, will go from blinkers to a blind bridle. Number 7, Apple Pie Moonshine, make the driver Jeremy Baker. Jeremy Baker on 7, Apple Pie Moonshine in the 11th. Turning over to race number 12. 4 entry, Levi Sonic, will go from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 13, the featured preferred. Number 1, Tony Too Tall, make the driver Kenny Murphy. Kenny Murphy on 1, Tony Too Tall, who has an equipment change, going from a line pole to a head pole on the outside. Turning over to race number 14. Number 8, Starship Destiny. The driver tonight, Landon Campbell. Race 14, number 8, Starship Destiny, Landon Campbell will drive. That will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The pari-mutuel wickets are open and selling. You have 25 minutes to make your first race selections with the opening post time, 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguid, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Another real good race to look at is in race number 10 tonight. We got a couple of mares facing off against each other. They've been doing really well lately. Halmac exclusive on the rail with Corey McPherson. Steamboat Springs is 2 with Adam Murner. Melody Maker 3 with Ryan DeRoche. 4 is Almost Amos with Brody McPhee. 5 is More Than a Woman with Paul Angel. Comes into this one fresh off a win here last week on July the 1st in 154 flat for Paul Angel. Bad Girl Bridget's back. She's leaving from post 6 tonight. Jason Hughes aboard. And 7 on the outside is Sobble Attack with Kenny Murphy. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors, you'll see our selections for tonight's opener. Equipment change on number 5. St. Patrick's Morn goes from a close to a can't see back bridle. I like 295. Post time picks likes 925. And the classifier selections 259 in tonight's opener in 13 minutes.
The first race pacers and their drivers are on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Mr. Harris, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langell drives. Tobin's April Fool, number 2, Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale, owns and trains. Brady Sweet drives. Wicked Luck 3, owned by Tyler and Daryl DeRoche. Barry Strongman and Rowan DeRoche, trained by Tyler DeRoche. Jason Hughes drives. Stinger Rama, number 4, is owned by Carl Bagnall Stratford, trained by Tammy Collins. Jeremy Baker. 5, St. Patrick's Morn, owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy. Do or Die, number 6, owned by Billy McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay. Corey McPherson up. Zendaya's Cracker Jack the 7, owned by Hal Smith of Fondle. Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Adam Special K, number 8, owned by Jeff Lilly. Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Jacob Sweet, the trainer driver. 9, Den of Thieves, owned by Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murder trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and low 15% takeout. My co-host tonight, Rocky Skirman, and he's coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Don't forget to get in that aisle pick 5. Pick the winner of races 1 through 5. Low 15% takeout, the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for the evening's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. And it is also the start of the 20-cent guaranteed aisle pick 5. There's a look at the 2. Tobin's April Fool, 3-year-old brown gelding by Shanghai Phil for Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale. He's also the trainer. Brady Sweet in the bike. Started here July the 1st from post 3. Wire-to-wire winner by 6 3/4 lengths in 1:58.2. Closing quarter 29.4. That was a new race win record. Tobin's April Fool. I think he'll be back in the winner's circle tonight, leaving from post 2. Right now, your current choice at 1 to 9. And there we get a peek at the 9, Den of Thieves. Good-looking black horse by Malicious. Got a nice gait to him. He's a 3-year-old for Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown June 27th, left from post 5. Finished 6th, paced his mile in 1:58.1 with a closing quarter. A snappy 28-2, 6th start of the season. For the 9, Den of Thieves, with Adam Murner aboard, is leaving the back tier at 8 to 1. And there we get a peek at the 5, St. Patrick's Morn. He goes from a closed bridle to a can't see back tonight. Leaving from post 5. Kenny Murphy driving for the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Alan McDonald of East Bedford. Started here July the 1st, left from post 5. Sat 2 throughout, finished 2nd. Race time 1:59.4, 30-1 closing quarter. He had 3 wins last season in his debut on the racetrack. 1:59.4. Record taken right here at Summerside, and over $16,500 in the bank. That is the 5, St. Patrick's Morn with Kenny Murphy. Good odds, 28 to 1. Let's take a look at the odds board for this evening's opener. Full field of 9 in here. Equipment change on the 5. St. Patrick's Morn goes from a closed bridle to a can't see back. On the rail is Mr. Harris with Paula Angela at 10-1. Tobin's April Fool 2 with Brady Sweet at 1-9. Wicked Luck is 3 with Jason Hughes at 37-1. The 4, Stingorama with Jeremy Baker at 49-1. St. Patrick's Morn leaves 5 with Kenny Murphy at 20-1. Do or Die 6 with Corey McPherson at all 9s on the board. Zendaya's Cracker Jack 7 with Brody McPhee at 18-1. Bedham Special K is 8 with Jacob Speed at 63-1. Rounding out the field, that is the 9 in the back tier. Den of Thieves with Adam Murner at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's opener, first of 14, has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mr. Harris, Tobin's April Fool, Wicked Luck. Stingorama, St. Patrick's Morn, Do or Die. Zendaya's Cracker Jack, Bedham Special K, and back, Den of Thieves, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Stingorama, Tobin's April Fool, at the rail, Mr. Harris are leaving out. St. Patrick's Morn will cross over 4th, racing 5th, Den of Thieves, Wicked Luck on the turn 6. Do or Die is 7th, Zendaya's Cracker Jack 8, and the Bedham Special K 9th. Oh, to it and at it and to it. Early on this night in Summerside, and to clear the lead, here's the 1-9 chalk. Tobin's April Fool for Brady Sweet. Second is Mr. Harris. Stingorama dropped in 3rd. St. Patrick's Morn 4th. 28-3 was the quarter. Den of Thieves on the turn 5th. Racing 6 is Wicked Luck. Do or Die is 7th. Then a racing from 8, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. And the trailer in 9th. That is Bedham Special K. Race 1 under a judge's inquiry. First race, retain your tickets. Judges' inquiry underway at the midway point. That is Tobin's April Fool in 58-4. Mr. Harris is second. Third, Stingorama. Fancy stepping big time on the outside 4th. That's Den of Thieves. At the rail, St. Patrick's Morn 5th. Now Zendaya's Cracker Jack 6th. Wicked Luck is 7th. From the outside, Bedham Special K is 8th. Do or Die 9th. They're at the three-quarter pole, and Tobin's April Fool continuing to lead, Mr. Harris. Third, Stingorama, Den of Thieves on the outside. Once again, Fancy stepping 4th. 1:28-3 down at three-quarters, and they're turning for home in tonight's opener, and that's Tobin's April Fool trying to take them all the way. Mr. Harris on the outside here has that 1-9 chalk collared. It's Mr. Harris and Paul Angel to open it up. Tobin's April Fool second, Stingorama third. Time for the mile, 1:57-3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the evening's opener. We saw Mr. Harris taking on Tobin's April Fool, issued the parking ticket going to the quarter, let him go, 28-3, decided to set on his back, and it was the right move by Paul Angel as he set on Tobin's April Fool's back through fractions of 28-3, 58-4, 128-3, and here's the stretch drive. He releases him at the head of the stretch. He goes right on by to win tonight in 157-3, new race win record, and he comes from that hot Earl Watts stable. He's the trainer of Mr. Harris. Paul Angel in the bike. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Mr. Harris winning the opener for Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 1 into the first turn after the start. There's a look at Mr. Harris on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from the first race, facing Brown Gelding 3 by Roll With It Harry. From the Village Jolt Dam, Catch a Jolt. Owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. Bred by Belinda Gray and David White. Trained by Earl Watts and Paul Langer will guide him to a new pacing record tonight of 157-3. Mr. Harris in the Tuesday night opener at Summerside.
And here's a look at the horses going into the first turn from tonight's first race. Judge's inquiry, they say it's in the first turn, so we're going to have a look here and see if we can see what's going on, what the judges are looking at, but it is apparently in the first turn. Judge's inquiry here in tonight's opener. Hold all tickets.
Now, the results of the judge's inquiry, racing officials deemed that 5 St. Patrick's Morn was inside 2 pylons in the first start, not lapped on at the finish, no placings required. And number 9, Den of Thieves, he was inside 1 pylon with no violations.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now, the official results in the first race, Mr. Harris, the race winner. Tobin's April Fool was second. Wicked Luck, fifth. Stingorama finished third. St. Patrick's Morn, sixth. Do or Die was eighth. Zendaya's Cracker Jack finished seventh. Venom Special K was ninth. Den of Thieves finished fourth. Fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 4. 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 3. In review, 125, 368, 794. Mr. Harris paid 1120. Exactor 1750. Triactor at 131.80, and the superfactor was 76.79.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for this racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super I-5s, and a new Lake Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super I-5, and Lake Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Scratch number 4, Me and the Boys. He will not go. 2-year-olds, non-winners of one race life. I'm going with a 1-3-5. Post time picks at 3-1-4. Class Fires choices 3-5 and 1. In the evening's second race in 6 minutes.
the second race on the track set for Post Parade, number 1, Ryder Rue, owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner drives. Stay Dreamy, number 2, is owned by Michael Curry of Cardigan, Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Kenny Murphy. Redland Chia, number 3, is owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, driven by Paul Angel. For Me and the Boys is Scratch. Number 5 is No Fool Dickie, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Number 6, Lady of Malice, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training and driven by Brody McPhee. 3 minutes to post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are this Sunday, July 12th, followed by the $50,000 final on Saturday, July 18th, and proudly presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Mountain of Fire wins Governor's Plate 52. Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate. But it's Fuel Caranango winning the Governor's Plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head out to the track for this evening's second race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. These are 2-year-old maidens here, all in their first lifetime start tonight. On the rail is Ryder Rue, a 2-year-old bay gelding by Cattle Wash for Windermere Farms. And Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey. Earl Watts is the trainer, and Adam Murner is in the bike. Leaving on the rail tonight, nice qualifier, June the 25th at Charlottetown, 2-year-old qualifier, left from 3, finished 3, 2:02 flat, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Harold Shepard was in the bike. Leaving on the rail is Ryder Rue with Adam Murner, 2-1. There's a look at the 3, Redland Chia, 2-year-old bay filly by Pang Shui for James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer. It's Paul Angel looking to go back-to-back tonight. Nice qualifier on July the 1st here. 2-year-olds left from post 4. Was a winner by half a length, 2:01-2, 29-1 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight. That's the 3, Redland Chia with Paul Angel. Your current choice at 1-5. And there's a look at the 5, No Fool Dickie, a 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Garth Cole and Junior Baglow. Garth, the trainer. Brady Sweet is in the bike. 2-year-old qualifier here July 1st, left on the rail. Finished second, 2:01-4, 29-4. Closing quarter. It's No Fool Dickie from post 5. First lifetime start for these babies tonight. Brady Sweet to drive at 6-1. Time to take a peek at the odds board for tonight's second race. Scratch the 4, Me and the Boys. Ryder Rue is on the rail with Adam Murner at 5-1. The 2, Stay Dreamy with Kenny Murphy at 8-1. Redland Chia is 3 with Paul Angel at 1-4. The 4 is scratched. 5, No Fool Dickie with Brady Sweet at 6-1. Rounding out the field, Lady of Malice with Brody McPhee at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your decisions. tonight's second race. Scratch down to a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Ryder Rue. Stay Dreamy, Redland Chia, No Fool, Dickie. Lady of Malice, top of the stretch. On by that first quarter mile in 31 seconds flat, and now to make the lead, that is Redland Gia. Second along the rail is Ryder Rue, racing from third, No Fool Dickie. Then the fourth one as they move towards that opening half mile, Lady of Malice, and trailing, that is Stay Dreamy. They're at the midway point next, and a Redland Gia halfway home with Langell. Second is Ryder Rue, continuing third, that's No Fool Dickie. Fourth, Lady of Malice. Stay Dreamy is fifth, a half mile in 102 flat. Rounding the turn they go, approaching on the 5/8, the leader there, that's Redland Chia. Continuing second is Ryder Rue, all alone in third, that's No Fool Dickie. Back into fourth, Lady of Malice, and the trailer fifth, that's Stay Dreamy. They arrive at 3/4 next, getting them there, Redland Chia. Second along the rail, that is Ryder Rue, No Fool Dickie. Rounding the turn third, the 3/4 in 1:31 4, 29 4 in the third. They're down to an eighth to go. And at the rail, Redland Chia now right alongside Ryder Rue on the outside. Looks to take over late. No Fool Dickie third. They land on the wire next. Here's Ryder Rue in line to Adam Murner. Second is Redland Chia. No Fool Dickie held third. The mile 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. We saw Redland Chia on top, quarter in 31, the half in 102, down to 3/4 in 129 4. Here's the stretch drive. Earl Watts is very hot lately, folks. He gets another win tonight, back-to-back in the training side. Anna Murner in the bike of Ryder Rue, first lifetime start. He wins it 2 minutes flat. In for second is the 3 Redland Chia. No Fool Dickie third. 1:35 ice cold here in tonight's second race. We'll see Ryder Rue and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Ryder Rue, very impressive in his Par Mutual debut on this night here in Summerside. He's going into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Ryder Rue, big pacing gelding 2 by Cattle Wash from the Western Paradise Dam, 11 every minute. Owned and bred by Windermere Farms and Brian and Ira Wallach Racing. Earl Watts has the training daily double. Adam Murner along for the ride. He'll give the colt a maiden record. He'll come his own back half, 57 and change this night. The miles in 2 minutes. Ryder Rue in the second.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the second race. Ryder Rue, the race winner. Stay Dreamy 5th. Redland Shield was second. Me and the boys were scratched. No Fool Dickie 3rd. Lady of Malice finished 4th. Fractions of 31, 102, 131 and 4. And the mile was 2 minutes. In review, it's 152. Scratch 3-4. Ryder Rue paid $5.40. Exactor was $9.70. The Triactor $25.80. Superfecta $4.47. And that Earl Watts train daily double $831.70.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We get 2 races underway. Earl Watts took the daily double on the training side with his 2 horses. Let's talk about the HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI Rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 3rd race. Equipment change on number 1. Timberly Rose from blind to open with a Pelling pacifier. Number 9. Covalicious Rhymes from blinkers to open adds a rolling burr head pole on the inside. I'm going 5-3-6. Post time picks likes 5-4-7. Classifier's choice is 5-6-2 in tonight's 3rd race in 5 minutes.
Third race on Post Parade, number 1, Timberley Rose, owned by James Campbell from Brookdale, Nova Scotia. James does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Hurricane Fiona 2 is owned and trained by Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, Paul Langell driving. Bugtown Victoria 3, Brian Walsh of Albany is the owner and the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Timberley Convict number 4, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 5 is Ocean View Elsa, owned by the Savage Stable and Brad Campbell of Stratford. Landon Campbell is the trainer driver. Mundell's Treasure 6, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet trains and drives. Highly Toxic number 7, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonshaw. Paul does the training, driven by Zach Conway. Oliver Sweetie number 8 is owned and trained by Abby Clow of Cornwall. Brett Clow drives. Number 9 is Covalicious Rhymes, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Corey McPherson drives. 3 minutes to post time. Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association and racing fans want to wish Mark Campbell and Keith Legg the best of luck at the 2026 National Driving Championship at Clinton Raceway in Ontario.
Let's head out to the track for this evening's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wager. And get some equipment changes. On the 1, Timberley Rose goes from a blind to an open bridle with a pelling pacifier. The 9, Covalicious Rhymes, from blinkers to open, adds a rolling burr head pole on the inside. There's a look at my top choice. That is the 5, Ocean View Elsa, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for the Savage Stable. Brad Campbell of Stratford. Landon Campbell is the trainer and the driver. Raced here on July the 1st. First lifetime start. Left from 8 on the outside. Finished 4th. Race time 2 minutes 2/5, 30 seconds flat. Closing quarter. Second lifetime start for this 3-year-old by E.L. Rockets, the filly Ocean View Elsa with Landon Campbell aboard. He had a great day in Truro on Sunday, had a couple of wins. His father had 3 or 4 wins as well. Ocean View Elsa from post 5 at 1-5. There's a look at the 3, Bugtown Victoria, 3-year-old bay filly by Malicious for Brian Walsh of Albany. He's also the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike tonight. Started here July the 1st from post 7, finished 6, 2:03 and 3, 32 and 1 closing quarter. I like the start June 24th here, left on the rail, went to the front, then sat in the 2-hole, got caught in a little bit, racing 2:02 and 4, finishing 5th, 30 and 2, closing quarter. Bugtown Victoria from post 3 with Kenny Murphy, 13 to 1. And there we get a peek at the 6, Mundell's Treasure. 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Tyra Perry and Brady Sweet. Brady is also the trainer and the driver. Started here on June the 9th, left on the rail, finished 5th, placed 4th, 2:04 and 2, 29 and 1 closing, 29 and 4 closing quarter. I like the start here, May 24th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from post 2, finished 5th, 1:58 flat with a 30 seconds flat closing quarter. Mundell's Treasure leaving 6 tonight with Brady Sweet aboard at 6-1. Tonight's third race, Maiden Pacers, field of 9, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Timberley Rose, Hurricane Fiona, Bugtown Victoria, Timberley Convict, Ocean View Elsa, Mundle's Treasure, Highly Toxic, Oliver Sweetie, and back the trailer, Covalicious Rhymes. Here they come. The rough and pacing Timberley Rose leaves out, Ocean View Elsa joining her, and from the outside, Highly Toxic will also leave out. Following through fourth is Covalicious Rhymes, in between horses fifth, that's Hurricane Fiona. On the outside, sixth, Mundle's Treasure. Away in seventh, Bugtown Victoria. Eighth is Timberley Convict, and the trailer in ninth, Oliver Sweet Deal on the backstretch, and Highly Toxic takes over the lead in line to Zach Conway. Ocean View Elsa now second, third up the rail, Timberley Rose fourth. That's Covalicious Rhymes, 29 and 2 opened it up. In fifth is Hurricane Fiona. Mundle's Treasure is sixth, seventh. That's Bugtown Victoria. Then in eighth is Timberley Convict, and the trailer ninth. That's Oliver Sweetie, one straight back to 9 at the midway point, led by Highly Toxic. Second is Ocean View Elsa. Back into third is Timberley Rose. Going to the outside fourth. That's Covalicious Rhymes, 59 and 1 was the half mile. Rounding the turn, arriving at the 5/8 pole. Highly Toxic, the leader on Ocean View Elsa. Timberley Rose at the rail third. Fourth on the outside, Covalicious Rhymes. On the cones, Hurricane Fiona fifth. Moving up sixth, that's Mundle's Treasure. Seventh from the outside, Timberley Convict. Now in eighth, that's Bugtown Victoria. Oliver Sweetie ninth. They go by 3/4. Ocean View Elsa getting away on them late. The 3/4 in 1:29 and 4/8 of a mile left to go, and it's all over. Ocean View Elsa turning for home, the leader. Highly Toxic is second. Covalicious Rhymes third. Mundle's Treasure coming late fourth, but it is Ocean View Elsa in a romp for Landon Campbell. Second is going to be tight. Covalicious Rhymes up against Timberley Convict in a photo. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw from the 7-hole, Highly Toxic was pointed out to the quarter at 29 and 2. The half up 59 and 1. Going to 3/4 in 1:29 and 4. That's when Landon Campbell Made his move with Ocean View Elsa. They cleared right to the lead and opened up on the leaders here to win tonight in 1:59 and 4. Second lifetime start. That's a maiden record for Ocean View Elsa. Landon Campbell in the bike. There's a nice shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media, seeing Ocean View Elsa get her maiden record tonight. 1:59 and 4. Close for second and third in a photo. Now posted the 9. Covalicious Rhymes in there for second, with the 4 Timberley Convict in there for third. So it's 5-9-4 unofficially in tonight's third race. We're going to see Ocean View Elsa and Landon Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Ocean View Elsa on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle from the third race. Bay Pacing Philly 3 by E.L. Rocket off the King Kong Ranger Dam. King Kong Kate, owned by Savage Stable and Brad Campbell of Stratford. Bred by Bill Rollison of Belfast. Landon Campbell training and drive. The trotting bred Pacing Philly gets a maiden record of 1:59 and 4. Ocean View Elsa romps in the third. Now the official results from the third race. Timberley Rose was 8th. Hurricane Fiona 7th. Bugtown Victoria 6th. Timberley Convict finished 3rd and had broken equipment. Ocean View Elsa the race winner. Bundle's Treasure was 4th. Highly Toxic finished 5th. Oliver Sweetie was 9th. Covalicious Rhymes finished 2nd. Fractions of 29 and 2. 59 and 1. 129 and 4. and the mile in 1:59.4. In review, it's 876-314-592. Ocean View Elsa paid $290. The exactor was $90.80. The triactor $705.10. And the superfecta was $75.42.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We have 3 races in the books, and we're going to talk about an exciting night that I'm going to be a part of. And let's bring it in here, the screen slate. It's the Red Shores is excited to present Race Announcers Reunion Night on Friday, July 17th during Governor's Plate Week. Greg Blanchard, Shannon Sugar Doyle, Kevin Boomer Gallant, Alan McDonald, Joey Mills, and yours truly will join Vance Cameron in the announcer's booth to call a race during the program. Join us for a night of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls as we celebrate Race Announcers Reunion Night here in Summerside on July the 17th. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. Equipment change on number 4 in here. Woodmere Heather M, blind to blinkers, and also a driver change on Woodmere Heather M. Make the driver Jeremy Baker. I'm going 8.54. Post time picks likes 4, 5, and 2. Classifier's choice is 5.28 in tonight's 4th race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that very close place photo from tonight's 3rd race. Covalicious Rhymes just getting up to nip the 4. Timberley Convict on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
The 4th race on the track for the parade. Number 1, Heather's Pet, is owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. Corey McPherson drives. Royals Alley 2 is owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and Dina Clow of New Haven. Dina does the training. Brett Clow drives. Dolly Sky 3, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Mario Macri, Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Heather M, number 4, owned by Alana Peterson from Orangedale, Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke. Note the driver change to Jeremy Baker. Havarti, number 5, owned by Chantel Langell of Montague. Paul Langell trains and drives. Listen, Linda Lou 6, Carson Wilkie from Tarentum is the owner and the trainer. Brody McPhee up. Almac Charger number 7, owned by Paul Conway of Bon Sean, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul's the trainer and Zach's the driver. Pop the Pin number 8, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 9 is Elm Grove Treasure, owned by Robert Williams of Poplar Grove, trained by Jeff Wallace, Brady Sweet aboard. 3 minutes to post time. Customers playing Red Shores can get in on the early and late Super High Five coming up in race 5 and returning in race 14 tonight.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 4th race. Equipment change on number 4 in here. Woodmere Heather M. goes from blind to blinkers, and the driver change also to Jeremy Baker. I'm landing on the 8 in here. On a hunch, pop the pin, 4-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice for David McDonald of Belfast. Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and Jason Hughes in the bike. Started July the 2nd at Charlottetown, left from post 3. Cut it all out, just got beat at the wire, finishing second by a neck. Race time 1:58 flat with a closing quarter of 29-3. Jason Hughes was in the bike. June 25th at Charlottetown, left in the back tier, post 9. Sat 2, finished 2, 1:58-2, 29-2 closing quarter. 5 wins last season, 156-4 record taken at Charlottetown. Looking for that first win of 2026, could be tonight. Pop the pin with Jason Hughes aboard at 9-2. And there's a look at the 5, Havarti, an 8-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantal Angel of Montague. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Last start was here Canada Day. Left on the outside 8, finished 6th, 1:59-4, 30-4 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. Another one looking for that first win of 2026. That is Havarti with Paul Angel at 6-1. And there we get a peek at the 4, Woodmere Heather M, a 6-year-old brown mare by Malicious for Alana Peterson of Orangedale, Nova Scotia. Luke Burke is the trainer. Note the driver change to Jeremy Baker. Last start was here July the 1st. Left from 7, finished 4th, 1:58-4, 30-2 closing quarter. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Start before that was June 24th here. Left from 7, finished second. Just beat a length and 3/4. 1:58-2 with a closing quarter. 30-3. Keith Legg was in the bike. Another one looking for the first win of 2026. That's Woodmere Heather M with Jeremy Baker from post 4 at 4-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 4th race. A field of 9. Heather's Pet, Corey McPherson at 52-1. Royals Alley on your screen right now with Brett Clough at 28-1. The 3, Dolly Sky with Kenny Murphy at 2-1. Woodmere Heather M from post 4. Jeremy Baker to drive at even money. The 5, Havarti with Paul Angel at 5-1. Listen Linda Lou leaves 6 with Brody McPhee at 9-1. The 7, Halmac Charger with Zach Conway at 57-1. 8, Pop the Pin with Jason Hughes at 6-1. In the back tier, that is the 9, Elm Grove Treasure with Brady Sweet at 30-1. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your plays. Horse and drivers are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 4th race, Field of 9. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Heather's Pet, Royals Alley, Dolly Sky, Woodmere, Heather M. Havarti. Listen, Linda Lou, How Mac Charger, Pop the Pin, the trailer, Elm Grove Treasure. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Dolly Sky right to the front. In at the rail, Heather's Pet is second. Listen, Linda Lou comes up third on the outside. To get away fourth towards the rail as they race round the turn, that is Elm Grove Treasure. Pop the Pin is up on the outside fifth. Royals Alley sixth. Woodmere Heather M. She's in seventh. Then it's Havarti eighth. And the trailer, Hamac Charger. Along the backstretch for time one. Dolly Sky out in front. In line to Kenny Murphy. Away in the two-hole, the long shot is Heather's Pet, racing from third. That's Listen, Linda Lou. Fourth is Elm Grove Treasure. On the move in the outside, fifth now and underway. That is Woodmere Heather M. 29 and 2 the quarter. Towards the rail is Pop the Pin. There goes Havarti on the move in the outside, seventh. Headed to the outside from eighth, Royals Alley, and the trailer. That is Hamac Charger. They arrive at the half-mile next, and Dolly Sky is halfway home with the lead. Second is Heather's Pet. First up on the outside for third, Woodmere Heather M. Listen, Linda Lou. In up the rail fourth. Second over fifth. That is Havarti, the half mile in 60 seconds flat. That in six on the cones. That's Elm Grove Treasure. On the outside seventh, Royals Alley. Eighth is Pop the Pin and Hamac Charger ninth. The three quarters coming next. Dolly Sky has not seen a challenger. Leading by almost 2 lengths on Heather's Pet. In up the rail, Listen, Linda Lou third. Woodmere Heather M. Stalling fourth on the outside. Havarti swings out 3 wide fifth. 3 quarters in 1:29 and 2 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Dolly Sky is homeward bound. Racing from second towards that inside as they drive in deep stretch now. Dolly Sky, Heather's Pet. Off stride, Listen, Linda Lou. Havarti coming late. Dolly Sky in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, that's Heather's Pet. Up for third, Havarti. And the mile time in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 4th race. Dolly Sky hasn't been racing that well lately. She goes right down the road tonight for Kenny Murphy. 29-2, the half in a minute. 1:29 and 2 3 quarters. Here's the stretch drive. I thought Heather's Pet was going to get up to get this, but Dolly Sky had enough left in the tank with Kenny Murphy aboard to win. First win of 2026, 1:59 and 1 tonight the mile for Dolly Sky and Kenny Murphy. Heather's Pet is second, Havarti third. It's 3:15 unofficially. In the 4th, we're going to see Dolly Sky and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Beds Winner's Circle next.
There's Dolly Sky going into the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle from tonight's fourth race. Bay pacing mare, she's 10 by Dolly from the Towners Big Eye Dam, Towners Skylark, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Bred by Norman Harmack of Ingersoll, Ontario, trained by Mario Macri. Kenny Murphy along for the ride tonight. The mile in 1:59 and 1. Dolly Sky in the fourth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the fourth race. Heather's Pad was second. Royale's Alley seventh. Dolly Sky the race winner. Woodmere Heather M fourth. Have Artie finished third and had broken equipment. Listen Linda Lou was sixth. Almac Charger ninth. Pop the Pin was eighth. Elmgrove Treasure finished fifth. Fractions of 29 and 2, 1 minute. 129 and 2. And the mile in 1:59 and 1. From the top, your program reads 271 436 985. Dolly Sky paid $850. The exactor $129.70. Triactor $279.10. Superfactor was $89.77.
Don't miss the annual Summerside Rotary and Chamber Business Lobster Luncheon on Friday, July 17th, starting at 11:30 a.m. at the new Bogside location in Summerside. Join us for a delicious lobster luncheon, networking with local business and community leaders, and a special presentation from guest speaker Don McDougall. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit SummersideRotaryClub.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. Post time picks 2, 3, 4. Classifier selections 3, 2, 1 in the fifth race in 6 minutes.
Race 5 on the track for the post race. James Rains, number 1, owned by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Dana Sweet trains and drives. Shoot to Thrill, number 2, is owned by Margaret Yonker of Brackley. Ryan DeRoss training and driving. St. Charles Fireball 3 is owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Jason Hughes. Ford LaBarbe, owned by Cameron Racing, Brenda McGinnis and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle trains and drives. 5 Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunsford from Dona, trained by Carson Wilkie, Corey McPherson. Pineapple Express, number 6, Willie McKay of Brent Albin, the owner, trainer, and driver. Silver Jake is 7, owned and trained by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield, Paul Langeau. 8 is Better Zone, owned by Claire Sweet of O'Leary. Jacob Sweet now trains and drives. 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you mentioned, we're up with our Super High 5 selections here in the 5th, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 5 Bohannon. If he puts a trip in like he did last time around here at Summerside, that should be enough to get him into the winner's circle. 57-1 with a 29 and change closure. I went to the 2, Shoot to Thrill. Very, very consistent around that 57 and change, 58, like him for the deuce. Went to the rail, James Rain, and he's been good for Dana Sweet doing the training and the driving here in 2026. I'll use the 3, St. Charles Fireball for 4th, and a through-in LaBarbe to close it out. 5, 2, 1, 3, 4 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I went to the 3, St. Charles Fireball. He shows that trip in 156 and 4, 2 back. And then I went to the 2, Shoot to Thrill with Ryan DeRoss, showing that 157 and 2 here July 1st. Then I went to James Rains on the rail. He shows 157 and 4 in his last one, July the 1st. Then I went to the 5, Bohannon, and rounded it out with the 6, Pineapple Express. He went a big mile, parked to the quarter in 28 seconds flat, paced a mile in 157 and 4 in his last. So I'm going to go 3, 2, 1, 5, 6. Vance going 5, 2, 1, 3, 4. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race, Super High 5 time. On the rail, James Rains with Dana Sweet at 7-1. Shoot to Thrill with Ryan DeRoss on your screen right now at 5-2. St. Charles Fireball leaves 3 with Jason Hughes aboard at 7-2. LaBarbe is 4 with Taylor Doyle at 5-1. Bohannon 5 with Corey McPherson at 3-2. Pineapple Express 6 with Willie McKay at 13-1. The 7, Silver Jake and Paul Angel, they're 9-1. Rounding out the field is Better's Zone with Jacob Sweet at 31-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's fifth race has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's super high 5 time. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
James Rain, Shoot to Thrill, St. Charles Fireball, LaBarbe, Bohannon, Pineapple Express, Silver Jake, Better Zones on the grandstand side. Fifth race, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, LaBarbe the first one out, Bohannon second, Pineapple Express third, James Rains at the rail fourth. Fifth one as they make their way on around the turn, going to the opening gate, Shoot the Thrill to get away sixth. Along that inside, St. Charles Fireball racing from seventh. That is Silver Jake, followed by the trailer. Better Zone, LaBarbe at the rail for Doyle. They're 3 wide coming after him now. Bohannon between horses, 3 high on the outside. Pineapple Express, James Rains will close up at the inside as they make their way around the turn off at 28. And 4 opening quarter. LaBarbe now the fraction setter. Bohannon races second. Third up the rail is James Rains. Pineapple Express up on the outside. Racing fourth. Now in fifth as they move through the stretch towards the half. Shoot the Thrill on the outside for 6. St. Charles Fireball. Seventh from the outside is Better Zone. And trailing the field, that is Silver Jake. Halfway home, LaBarbe the midway point leader in 58. And 4. Tracking in the 2-hole, Bohannon out all the way. Pineapple Express now third. Racing fourth. Shoot the Thrill is coming 3 wide now. Fifth at the rail is James Rain. St. Charles Fireball steps out 3 wide 6. Then in 7, Silver Jake on the outside. Better Zone. They arrive at 3/4. LaBarbe at the rail, the leader. From the outside, Shoot the Thrill is second. Bohannon at the rail third. Fourth is James Rains, the 3/4 up in 1:29 and 4. They're down to an 8 to go. LaBarbe clinging to the lead. Shoot the Thrill on the outside second. Third at the rail, Bohannon, St. Charles Fireball. They're in deep. Stretch now, LaBarbe. Shoot the Thrill on the outside. Bohannon up the rail. It's LaBarbe and Bohannon in a photo finish. Shoot the Thrill will finish third in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. LaBarbe tries to go down the road tonight. He may have just done that. 28-4, 58-4. 129 and 4 to 3/4. Here's a stretch drive. Bohannon to the inside, to the outsides, another free-legged. Shoot the Thrill. In the middle is LaBarbe with Taylor Doyle. He's working on him here, and does he get the job done? It is posted the 4. LaBarbe does get the job done here tonight in 1:59 and 1. That is his second win of the season, 9th career. Taylor Doyle in the bike. In for second is Bohannon. With up for third, that is the 2, Shoot to Thrill. So it's 4-5-2 unofficially in the fifth race. We'll see LaBarbe and Taylor Doyle in the winner's circle next.
Rocky, can you handle this winner's circle?
I sure can.
Thank you.
Rating back to the wire is your unofficial winner of tonight's 5th race. That is the 4 La Barbe, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach from the American Ideal Dam Red Shoelace. All by Vance Cameron, Brendan McGuinness, and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle is the trainer and the driver. Goes all the way tonight for a mile in 1:59.1 on number 4, La Barbe.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the official result in the 5th, James Rains 4th. Shoot the Thrill 3rd. St. Charles Fireball 5th. La Barbe the race winner. Bohannon finished 2nd. Pineapple Express 7th. Silver Jake 6th. Better Zone was 8th. 28-4, 58-4, 129-4. The mile 159-1. In review 435, 127, 68. La Barbe 1510. Exactor 5270. Triactor $116. Super High Five $100, 88 cents.
Red Shores and the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association are excited to introduce a new signature event, the Sapphire for Open Mares, proudly presented by the Fox Group. The Sapphire will take place on Monday, August 17th for a purse of $30,000. To be eligible for the Sapphire, mares must make a minimum of 2026 that starts in Atlantic Canada, leading into the event in accordance with conditions for the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. And there's a look at that very close win photo from tonight's fifth race. You're seeing LaBarbe in the middle, nipping Bohannon on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Kraken Sealster on the sixth race parade, owned by Carl Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoss trains and drives. Woodmere Ideal R2 on the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Trained by Sophia Malonson, Jason Hughes. Louis the Great 3 owned by Leith Waite, Leslie and Spencer Waite. Leslie the trainer, Corey McPherson up. 4 Hamac Maximus, owned by Grace Story of Montague. Grace is the trainer. Jeremy Baker drives. 5 Broken Netty Gas, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Landon Campbell. 3 minutes to post time. The Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11 a.m. start time.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's sixth race. Exactor, no show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place and show wagering. Landing on the 5, broke and out of gas. A 5-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Landon Campbell looking for a driving double tonight. He's in the bike. Started here on Canada Day. Left from 5, finished 4th. Race time 1:54.4. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Brady Sweet was in the bike. Great year last season, 12 wins from 36 tries, a record of 1:54.4, taken at Charlottetown. It's broken out of gas from post 5 with Landon Campbell aboard at 4-5. And there's a look at the 4, Hal Mac Maximus, 7-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Grace Story of Montague. She's also the trainer. Jeremy Baker is in the bike. Started here at Canada Day, left from post 3, finished 3. Race timed in 1:54.4 with a closing quarter of 28.3. Jeremy Baker was in the bike. 5 wins last season, 155 and 2 seasons best here in Summerside. Looking for that first win of 2026. Could be tonight. Hal Mac Maximus from post 4 with Jeremy Baker at 6-1. And there's a look at the 3, Louis the Great, 4-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Spencer Waite. Les Waite is the trainer. Corey McPherson is in the bike. Started here July the 1st, left from post 3, finished 6th. Race time 1:55.2 with a snappy last quarter of 27.4. He's got 2 wins this season, 1:55.4 season's best at Charlottetown. Louis the Great leaving 3 with Corey McPherson, 6-5. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race. A field of 5. Kraken, Sealster, and Ryan Darash on the rail at 4-1. Woodmere Ideal Art is 2 with Jason Hughes at 5-1. The 3, Louis the Great with Corey McPherson at 8-5. Hamac Maximus 4 with Jeremy Baker at 6-1. And Broken Out of Gas leaves 5. Landon Campbell in the bike at even money. That's the field for tonight's 6th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 6th race has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Kraken, Sealster, Woodmere Ideal Art, Louis the Great. Hamac Maximus, Broken Out of Gas, field of 5. They're up on the gate here in the evening. 6th race. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and facing Kraken Sealster will lead them out. Second is Woodmere Ideal Art. Third one to the turn, Louis the Great. Coming up fourth on the outside, Broken Out of Gas. Early trailer, Hamac Maximus. As they round the turn and go by the 8th, it's Kraken Sealster. In line to Ryan Darash to show the way. Racing from second, that's Woodmere Ideal Art. Third up the rail, Louis the Great. Broken Out of Gas will drop in to be fourth, followed by the trailer. That is Hamac Maximus fifth. They arrived at the quarter, led by Kraken Sealster in 29 seconds flat. Racing from second, Woodmere Ideal Art. Mid-pack third, that's Louis the Great. Fourth, Broken Out of Gas. Hamac Maximus fifth. Off the paddock turn they come for the first time towards the half mile. On the point, Kraken Sealster is the leader. 2-hole ride belongs to Woodmere Ideal Art. Louis the Great third. There goes Broken Out of Gas. Back to the outside fourth, and following out fifth, Hamac Maximus 58 seconds flat for an opening half mile, consecutive 29 quarters, down to 3/8 to go. Kraken Sealster the leader on a Woodmere Ideal Art. Broken Out of Gas on the move third, following the cover on the outside fourth. Hamac Maximus, now the trailer, but not out of it. That is Louis the Great, quarter of a mile left to go. Kraken Sealster, Broken Out of Gas will strike the lead on the final turn. 3/4 in 1. 26 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Broken Out of Gas turning home. Hamac Maximus is second. Louis the Great is coming late from third. Fourth, Woodmere Ideal Art. Deep stretch now on the wire. Here's Broken Out of Gas to double up Landon Campbell. Hamac Maximus second. Louis the Great third. 1:55. Fought.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. Kraken, Sealster, and Ryan Darash go to the front. 29, the half in 58, 126 and 4 3/4. Broken Out of Gas came first over with Landon Campbell. He's having a week here, folks. He had a couple of wins in Truro on Sunday, and he's got 2 tonight here in Summerside, and he gets the job done with Broken Out of Gas in 1:55 tonight. In for second is the 4, Hamac Maximus. Up for third, that's the 3, Louis the Great. It's 5-4-3. Ice cold for me here in the 6th. We're going to see Broken Out of Gas and Landon Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Broken Eddie Gas going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the 6th race. Bay Pacing mare, she's 5 by Arthur Blue Chip. From the Goliath by Yamadam, one hot vet. Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook is the owner, trainer, and the breeder. Landon Campbell picks up his second winner tonight for the double. Time for the mile in 1:55. Broken Eddie Gas and the Landon Campbell double in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
The official results in the 6th, Cracking Sealster 5th, Woodmere Ideal Art 4th, Louis the Great 3rd, Almac Maximus was 2nd, Broken Eddie Gas the race winner. They went 29, 58, 126 and 4, and the mile 155. In review, it's 5-4-3, 2-1. Broken Eddie Gas paid 620. Exactor 2660. That Rocky Skirman try it valued at 5170. Super factor was 1584.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Graduate Series. Red Shores is proud to present the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for horses, geldings, and mares in the grassroots and gold divisions. The events will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside this season. For more information on the Graduate Series, visit the Red Shores Racing page and click on the Horsepersons Info tab. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race equipment change. On number 7 in here, that's Wednesday's Child, goes from a closed to an open bridle with cheek rolls and removes the Murphy blind. I'm going to go 7-4-3. Post time picks like 3-5-7. Classifier's choices 7-3-4 in the 7th race in 6 minutes.
Seventh race on parade, number 1, Run for the Money, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet trains Andros. Roll with It, Darling 2 is owned by Shirley O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Tonight, Jacob Sweet drives. Miss Believing number 3, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter, Ryan DeRoche up. No Fool Tobago 4, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Garth does the training, driven tonight by Adam Murder. Going Yard number 5, owned by Renison Racing of True Nova Scotia, Aidan Parrish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. Canvas of Stars number 6, owned by Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick. Chris Davies, the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Wednesday's Child is number 7, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Trained by Wayne Watson, Paul Angel, at 4 minutes to post time. Atlantic Lottery is celebrating 50 years in Atlantic Canada. Up next, a message from the Community Game Changers program.
$25,000 in each Atlantic province. Nominate a community game changer today. Atlantic Lottery will select one per province, and they'll get to direct a $25,000 donation to a not-for-profit of their choice. To celebrate Atlantic Lottery's 50th anniversary, we're recognizing Atlantic Canadians making a game-changing impact in our local communities. This could be a community volunteer, leader of a community-driven organization, or a change maker of any kind. It could even be you. Each winner will choose the cause they'll support and will receive 2 VIP passes to an Atlantic Lottery-sponsored event in 2027. So, who are you going to nominate to direct $25,000 to the charity of their choice?
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place and show wagering, landing on the 7. Wednesday's Child has a bridle change, closed to open with cheek rolls and removes the Murphy blind. Last start for Wednesday's Child was here July the 1st, left on the rail, wire-to-wire winner in 156-2, 28-4 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike for trainer Wayne Watson and owner Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Paul Angel's driving tonight, the 7, Wednesday's Child at 1-2. There we get a peek at the 4, No Fool Tobago, a 5-year-old brown mare by Tobago K's for Garth Cole of Kensington. He is the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Adam Murner gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown, Thursday, July the 2nd. Left from post 5, finished 6th. Race timed 155-2, 29-2 closing quarter. Brady Sweet was in the bike. Has 2 wins this season, 3 back. Right here, June the 16th, from the rail, right down the road. Ryan DeRoche was driving, a winner in 156-3, a new race win record, 29-3 closing quarter. No Fool Tobago leaves 4 with Adam Murner, 6-1. And there we see the 3, Miss Believing, 4-year-old bay mare by Believin' Bruiser for Brian and Allison Ramsey. Joe Baxter is the trainer. It's Ryan DeRoche in the bike tonight. Started at Charlottetown June 25th. PI Colt Stakes Grassroots for $6,000 from post 5. Finished 2nd. Race time 156 flat, 28-4. Closing quarter, that was Mark Campbell in the bike for that one. She had 4 wins last season from 20 tries, 158-3 season's best here at Summerside. Miss Believing with Ryan DeRoche aboard tonight, 9-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 7th race. Run for the Money in Brady Sweet on the rail at 12 to 1. 2 is Roll with It Darling with Jacob Sweet at 12 to 1. The 3, Miss Believing with Ryan Darash at 5 to 1. No Fool Tobago 4 with Adam Erner at 6 to 1. 5 is Going Yard with Corey McPherson at 7 to 2. Canvas of Stars on your screen right now with Kenny Murphy aboard. They're at 12 to 1. And Wednesday's Child leaving 7 with Paul Angel at 3 to 5. That's the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your plays. I want to give a shout out tonight to Faith from Newfoundland. She watches all the races. She's a big fan of ours here in the Red Shores team. And she come to see me I was on the desk in Truro on Sunday. And there was a few of them there. They had their Boom Just Like That t-shirts on. I went down to see them, got their picture taken with me. And it was great. Vance, they watch every week here. And she's a big fan. Faith in Newfoundland. She's watching tonight. And she was out to get their picture taken with Kurt's Filly when I announced that race over there on Sunday. Up to you for the call.
Faith Mitchum, yeah, she's a big-time harness racing fan. We've got Gislin Pocket. He's watching us tonight. And he has a friend, Alain Girard. He's live here at Summerside on this Tuesday night, and they are being entertained every step of the way. It's tonight's 7th race. They're up on the gate. Post time. Rough and pacing the inside trio leave out. Run for the Money, Roll with It Darling, and Miss Believing to their outside. 4th into the turn is No Fool Tobago, away in 5th. Along that inside as they arrive at that opening 8, Going Yard racing from 6. That is Wednesday's Child, and the trailer, Canvas of Stars, a little brouhaha with a couple of boys from the west tonight. In at the rail, Run for the Money to his outside. Roll with It Darling, and they're on by the quarter, and they haven't settled absolutely nothing up front. 27-2. Boom! Just like that. Wow, are they to it and at it and at it and do it on the front end. Run for the Money, the leader. Roll with It Darling, the parked out ticket. 3rd towards the rail. That's Miss Believing. 4th on the outside, No Fool Tobago. 5th is Going Yard. Wednesday's Child 6. Trailing 7th, Canvas of Stars. Check it out. 55-4 for an opening half mile. Run for the Money, Fraction she's never seen. No Fool Tobago, Fraction coming 3 wide now to take over. Take a look at Wednesday's Child. Wow, in the blink of an eye, she's coming from worst to first. Wednesday's Child and Langell take over late. No Fool Tobago 2nd. Going Yard is picked up 3rd, the 3/4 in 1. 25-4. Homeward bound they come. Wednesday's Child the leader. No Fool Tobago is still right with her. Coming on the far outside, Going Yard. Wednesday's Child gets up for Paul Angel. No Fool Tobago was 2nd. Going Yard rallied in to be 3rd. Oh, that's entertainment. 154-2. Wow!
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. They had a grudge match going on up front. The Sweet Boys run for the money on the inside. On the outside, that was Jacob Sweetworth roll with a Darling 27-2, 55-2 to the half, 3/4 in 125-4. That's when Paul Angel tipped out Wednesday's Child and circled the field and drives away from them here tonight to win in 154-2. That's a new race win record for this 5-year-old mare by All Bets Off. Paul Angel doubles up in the bike. No Fool Tobago went the trip of her life. Great mile for her tonight. She finishes second. Going Yard rallies for third. It's 7-4-5 unofficially in tonight's 7th race. We're going to see Wednesday's Child and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Wednesday's Child. On her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from the 7th race, Bay Pacing Mare, the 5-year-old daughter of All Bets Off, is off the Mach 3 dam, Mock and Roll Baby. Owned by General Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Bred by Jennifer Dodsworth and Randy Rutledge of British Columbia. Trained by Wayne Watson. Paul Angel's second winner on the night for the double. The mare paces to her 10th lifetime victory and paces to a new race winner record of 154-2. Wednesday's Child in the 7th. Now the official results from the 7th race: Run for the Money 4th. Roll with It Darling was 7th. Ms. Believing 5th. No Fool Tobago was 2nd. Going Yard finished 3rd. Canvas of Stars was 6th. Wednesday's Child, the race winner. Fractions went 27-2. 55-4. 125-4. And the mile in 154-2. In review, 475, 2361. Wednesday's Child paid $380. The Exactor $1690. The Triactor $4110. Superfecta $2250.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players with an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager in Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. I'm going to go with a 2-3-5 in here. Post time picks like 2-3-4. Classifier selections 2-6-5 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes.
Eighth race on the track for Post Parade, number 1, Bold and Bad, owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven. Brett Clough drives. Bet 'em Alive 2 is owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. The trainer-driver is Jacob Sweet. Brookdale Gym number 3, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Laugh Again Hanover 4, owned by Ashley Gamester, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Ashley does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. 5 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Judy Armstrong of Rothsay, New Brunswick, trained by Ricky Armstrong, Kenny Murphy. Thinking of Eddie, number 6, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains Andras. Princess Halo, number 7, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow of Freetown, trained by Haley Cole, Ryan DeRoche. Brookdale George, number 8, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Century Invictus 9, owned by Madison Rogers of Summerside, trained by James Barlow. Adam Murner. 3 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 2 in here, Bet 'em Alive, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Lazarus. For Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown June 27th, the PEI Coal Stakes in the Grassroots for $6,000. Left from post 3. Finished 5th, placed 4th. Race time 1:55 and 3, 28 and 2. Closing quarter. Had 5 wins last season, 154 and 3 record taken at Charlottetown. Still looking for his first win of 2026. Post 2 tonight for Bet 'em Alive with Jacob Sweet at 1-9. There we get a look at the 3. Brookdale Jim, a 12-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. Started here on Canada Day. Left from post 3. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:57 flat, 29 and 4. On the end of it, Paul Angel was in the bike. Post 3 tonight for Brookdale Jim with Paul Angel, 18-1. And there we get a peek at the 5. J.J. Patrick, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Image of Dawn for Judy Armstrong of Rothsay, New Brunswick. Ricky Armstrong, the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike tonight. Started here on Canada Day. Outside 8, finished 7th, 1:57 and 4, 29 and 4. Closing quarter. He's looking for his first win of 2026. The 5, J.J. Patrick, Mr. Murphy aboard at 18-1. I'm a little buddy Connor Benton up from Athena Consolidated up to see me tonight with his parents as the 8th race lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bold and Bad, Bet 'em Alive, Brookdale Jim, Laugh Again, Hanover, J.J. Patrick. Thinking of Eddie, Princess Halo, Brookdale George, Century Invictus, in back to trailer. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Bet 'em Alive is leaving out. Thinking of Eddie, way wide. That's Princess Halo along the rail. Bold and Bad, stacking them up. They're 4 wide as they round the turn in here. To get away 5th is Brookdale Jim. Then in 6th, that's Century Invictus. Away 7th, Laugh Again Hanover, with J.J. Patrick 8th, followed by the trailer 9th. Brookdale George, oh, another little to it and add it and to it. And here's Princess Halo, a long shot leader, and I mean long shot. 28 seconds flat, opened it up. Here comes the heavy favorite now to take over. That's Bet 'em Alive and Jacob Sweet. Princess Halo gives way 2nd, now in 3rd. That's Thinking of Eddie coming out of the turn from 4th, Bold and Bad. 5th is Brookdale Jim. Then in 6th, Century Invictus. 7th is Laugh Again Hanover. Then it's J.J. Patrick 8th, and trailing 9th, Brookdale George halfway home, led by by Bet 'em Alive in 57 and 4. Princess Halo is second, coming third on the outside, thinking of Eddie underway. Now the second over toe on the outside. Fourth is Brookdale Jim. Coming third over fifth is Century Invictus. Bold and Bad now 6. Laugh Again Hanover 7th. Brookdale George is 8th. On the outside 9th. J.J. Patrick, they're at the 3/4. Bet 'em Alive is the leader. They're coming 3 high after him now. That's Brookdale Jim to take over second. 3/4 in 1, 27 and 2. 1/8 of a mile out. Bet 'em Alive the leader. Brookdale Jim looking for the upset in here. Way wide is Century Invictus. They're in deep. Stretch now on the wire next. Bet 'em Alive. Brookdale Jim. He's still coming. Brookdale Jim and Bet 'em Alive. They're in a photo finish here in the 8th race. Time for the mile 1:57.4. There goes the inquiry sign now. Race number 800 Judges Inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Bet 'em Alive gets to the front 28 seconds flat. Then he released Princess Halo and come back around again. Half up 57 and 4 down to 3/4 in 1:27 and 2. Here's the stretch drive. Bet 'em Alive trying to fight off Brookdale Jim. My top 2 selections here on the program. Brookdale Jim, Bet 'em Alive. And it's not posted yet. It's posted. Bet 'em Alive hangs on to win this one over the 3. Brookdale Jim up for third. That is the 4. Laugh Again Hanover. It's 2, 3, 4 unofficially. In tonight's 8th race, we will see Bet 'em Alive and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 8 after the first half mile. Bet 'em Alive survives the photo finish here in the 8th race, and he's going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle. Bet 'em Alive, bay facing gelding 4 by Lazarus. Off the Largo Dam, Bet 'em Laura, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff is also the breeder, trained and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet. The mile in 1:57 and 4. Bet 'em Alive delivers in the 8th. Results of the 8th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Now the official results from the 8th race. Bold and Bad was 9th. Bet 'em Alive, the race winner. Brookdale Jim was 2nd. Laughing and Hanover 3rd. J.J. Patrick was 7th. Thinking of Eddie was 8th. Princess Halo finished 5th. Brookdale George was 6th. Century Invictus 4th. Fractions of 28. 57 and 4. 127 and 2. And the mile 157 and 4. In review 912. 378. 564. Bet 'em Alive paid $230. The Exactor 1320. Triactor 2980. And the Superfactor was 3985.
Join us at Red Shores, Charlottetown on Friday, July 24th for Boots and Bling, a Harness the Hope fundraiser. Gather under the trackside patio tent for an evening of great food, celebration, and live music by Kim Albert. Tickets are $30 each plus HST and fees and can be purchased through the Eastlink Center box office. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Equipment change on number 6, Stormy's Hush Money, from blind to open bridle. I like 491. Post time picks going 154. Classifier's choice is 419 in the 9th race in 5 minutes. There's a look at that very, very close win photo from tonight's 8th race. You're seeing Bet 'em Alive on the inside, Brookdale Jim on the outside. Wow, that is a close photo. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Ninth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Salzbrook Fancy, owned by Jordan McKay of French River, John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson driving. Handle on You, number 2, Norris Rogers trains and drives for Matty Rogers, Summerside. Shine Runner 3, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Falcom, Claire Murphy, and Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head, trained by Luke Burke. Donnie McNeil up. Tobin's Cover Girl 4, owned by Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner trains and drives. Camluck Lady number 5, owned by Cindy McLean of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay. Tonight, Brady Sweet. Stormy's Hush Money number 6, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan. Kenny Murphy driving. Almac Fancy number 7, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Terrorizer This number 8, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Landon Campbell trains and drives. Number 9 Could Have Been a Lady. The owners are Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams. Paul Angel is the trainer driver at 3 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2026 Island Oceans Trot Series.
It's time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready for $405. The winning number 221358. For $405, the winning number in the 50-50 draw is 221358. Good luck. Got a birthday wish to pass along to Frances Doyle. Celebrates her 93rd birthday today, and she is the mother of Shannon Sugar Doyle. Happy birthday from all of us, Frances Doyle, here at Red Shores. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Equipment change on the 6. Stormy's Hush Money, from a blind to an open bridle. There's a look at my top selection. That's the 4, Tobin's Cover Girl. 3-year-old Brown Filly by Bet the Moon for Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown June 25th from post 7. Finished 9th. Race time 1:58.1, 29.3. Closing quarter. I like that start. 3 back at Charlottetown June the 11th. Left from 6. Finished 3rd. Race time 1:56.4. Closed it out in 29.4 and was a winner in Charlottetown June the 4th. Wire to wire from post 5 in 1:57.3 with a closing quarter of 28.3. That's the 4, Tobin's Cover Girl. Adam Murner aboard at 4-1. There's a look at the 9. Could Have Been a Lady, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Malicious for Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Paul Angel's looking for his 3rd win tonight. Started here July the 1st, left from post 4, was a winner by half a length in 1:58.3, 29.4. on the end of it. 2 wins this season, including a 1:57.3 record, taken 4 back in the Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, May the 24th, right here at Summerside. Could Have Been a Lady in the back tier tonight. Paul Angel aboard at 6-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Salisbrook Fancy, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Somewhere Fancy for Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Chris McKay, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here July the 1st, left from post 3, finished 4th, just beat a length and 3/4, 1:59 flat, 29.4 closing quarter. I like that start on June the 9th here from post 5, finished 2nd, just beat a length and 3/4, race timed 1:56.2, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. On the rail tonight, Salisbrook Fancy. She just could get it all, too, folks. Corey McPherson aboard right now, 2-5. Well, I had my little buddy up here to see me tonight, Connor Betton from Athena Consolidated, and his parents. Got to give them a shout out too for bringing him up. Jamie and Lorianne Betton, thank you for bringing Connor up to see me tonight on the broadcast desk. I hope you're enjoying your night here at Red Shores in Summerside. Tonight's 9th race has a full field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Salzbrook Fancy, Handle on You, Shine Runner, Tobin's Cover Girl, Camlock Lady, Stormy's Hush Money, Almac Fancy and Terrorizer This. The trailer is Could Have Been a Lady. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Tobin's Cover Girl, the first one out. At the rail, Salzbrook Fancy second into the turn, coming up third. From the outside is Camlock Lady along the rail to check into third. That'll be Could Have Been a Lady. Camlock Lady will find a spot now in fourth. Handle on You away fifth. In sixth, Shine Runner. Seventh is Almac Fancy. Then in eighth, Stormy's Hush Money. And the early trailer ninth, Terrorizer This over to the front quarter. Led by Tobin's Cover Girl. In line to Adam Murner. Salzbrook Fancy goes second. Could Have Been a Lady followed through third. 29 and to the quarter. Racing from fourth is Camlock Lady on the turn. Handle on You fifth. Back into sixth is Shine Runner. There goes Almac Fancy to the outside seventh. Stormy's Hush Money is eighth. And Terrorizer This ninth. They arrive at the half mile next, led by Tobin's Cover Girl for Murner. And they're halfway home. Second is Salzbrook Fancy. Third is Could Have Been a Lady. And there goes Camlock Lady. Sent to the outside. First up fourth. 60 seconds. Flat was the half. Coming on to take over fifth is Almac Fancy. Handle on You. In up the rail six. Outside Stormy's Hush Money. Now seventh. Terrorizer This takes over eighth. Shine Runner at the rail ninth. They're going to three quarters. Led by Tobin's Cover Girl. Salzbrook Fancy, the two-hole ride. Camlock Lady came first up. She's there in the outside third. Could Have Been a Lady is at the rail fourth. Three quarters in 1:30. And one with an eighth of a mile left to go. Tobin's Cover Girl is open by two. Salzbrook Fancy second. Camlock Lady on the outside third. Could Have Been a Lady in the passing lane. On the wire. Here's Murner to double up. Tobin's Cover Girl. Second is Salzbrook Fancy. Could Have Been a Lady will finish third. The miles in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Tobin's Cover Girl and Adam Murner go right down the road tonight, 29 and 2. Half up in a minute flat, down to three quarters in 1:30 and 1. And here's the stretch drive. She chucks home a last quarter tonight in 28 seconds flat to win for the second time in her career, and that is this season. Tobin's Cover Girl, Adam Murner doubling up. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Tobin's Cover Girl get a win tonight in 1:58 and 1. Salzbrook Fancy in there for second. Could Have Been a Lady third. It's 4:19 unofficially. In tonight's 9th race, we're going to see Tobin's Cover Girl and Adam Murner. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next. We have a winner in tonight's 50-50 draw. It's Myron Ford from Harrington. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the judge's inquiry sign on the infield tote board for a possible pylon violation by number 1, Salzbrook Fancy. Retain your tickets. Tobin's Cover Girl finding her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's ninth race. Pacing Brown Filly 3 years by Bet the Moon from the Largo Dam Elm Grove Future. Owned by Corey Livingston and Max Seal, bred by the late Frank Banks of Summerside. Adam Murner trains and drives. Adam's second driving victory for the double. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and a 1. Tobin's Cover Girl in the ninth. Results of the judges' inquiry in the ninth race. 1 Salzburg Fancy was inside 2 consecutive pylons, however not lapped on at the finish. No placings required. Now the official results from the ninth race. Salzburg Fancy was second. Handle on You, 6. Shine Runner finished 9th. Tobin's Cover Girl, the race winner. Camluck Lady, 4th. Stormy's Hush Money was 7th. Halmac Fancy finished 5th. Terrorizer This was 8th. Could Have Been a Lady finished 3rd. Fractions went 29 and 2. 1 minute, 1:30 and 1. And the mile 1:58 and 1. From the top, your program reads 269-147-583. Tobin's Cover Girl paid $10.10. The Exactor $15.50. Triactor $29.40. Superfecta $17.26.
Thank you to the Prince Edward Island Standardbird Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. I like 6-5-2. Post time picks likes 6-1 and 3. Classifiers decisions are 6-1 and 5 in tonight's 10th race in 7 minutes.
Almac Exclusive leads the 10th race on parade, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson drives. Steamboat Springs number 2, owned by Jonathan and Mario LaJoie of St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Berner trains and drives. Melody Maker 3 is owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, Ryan DeRoche. 4 is Almost Amos, owned by Della McCachran of Summerside, Zoe McCachran of O'Leary. Della does the training tonight, Brody McVie. 5 More Than a Woman, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Wayne Watson, Paul Angel. Bad Girl Bridget 6, Bill Lanigan of Montague owns and trains, Jason Hughes up. Sobble Attack 7, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callback of Summerside, trained by Darla McCachran, Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes to post time. Fans can visit the Red Shores player portal for free race programs, driver profiles, winning post positions, and race replays.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 6, Bad Girl Bridget. 4-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Bill Lanigan of Montague, who's also the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Look at that start. That season she had last year right here in the Maritimes. 14 wins from 18 tries, over $104,000 in the bank, and a 154 and 1 season's best at Charlottetown. I believe that was a record actually at the time last season. She took a new record at Woodbine Mohawk Park this season of 153 and 2. Bad Girl Bridget's last start was in Charlottetown July the 2nd, left from post 3, finished 5th, 154 flat. closed it up in a sensational 27-2 last quarter. She'll be on her A game tonight. I think she can do it. Bad Girl Bridget, Jason Hughes aboard from post 6 at 6-7-5. There's a look at the 5, More Than a Woman, a 4-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey for Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Wayne Watson, the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. Started here July the 1st, left from post 6, right to the front, wire-to-wire winner by a length and a half in 154 flat, closing quarter 28-3. She's got 5 wins this season already from 16 tries, over $21,000 in the bank. That mile of 154 in her last one was the season's best. More Than a Woman with Paul Angel from post 5, 6-5. And there we see the 2, Steamboat Springs, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Sweet Lou for Jonathan LaJoy of St. Antoine and Mary LaJoy, St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Erner is the trainer and driver. He's looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start in Charlottetown, June 27th. Left from 2, finished 4th. Race time 154-4. Snappy last quarter 27-2. Steamboat Springs from post 2 with Adam Erner 5-2. Let's check out the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Field of 7. Good looking field as well. Halmack exclusive. Corey McPherson on the rail at 12-1. Steamboat Springs and Adam Erner at 3-1. Melody Maker on your screen right now. Ryan DeRoche aboard 71-1. Almost Amos the 4. Brody McPhee to drive at 18-1. More Than a Woman leaves 5 with Paul Angel. Paul Angel's looking to triple up tonight in the bike, and they are at 5-2. Bad Girl Bridget leaves 6 with Jason Hughes at 3-5. And the 7, Sobble Attack with Kenny Murphy aboard at 7-1. That's the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Almac exclusive, Steamboat Springs, Melody Maker, Almost Amos, More Than a Woman, Bad Girl Bridget, and Sobble Attack completes the field here in the 10th. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. off and pacing More Than a Woman, Steamboat Springs, and on the rail, Hamac Exclusive. Guarding the cones, 3 high round the turn they go to get away 4th. Melody Maker, almost aim is 5th. In 6, Bad Girl Bridget and the trailer. Sobble Attack on the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, and More Than a Woman for Paul Angel take over the lead. Second is Hamac Exclusive, settling up 3rd is Steamboat Springs. In mid-pack 4th, that's Melody Maker. Almost Amos in 5th with Bad Girl Bridget 6. Sobble Attack 7th, 28 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Straight alignment around the paddock turn going by the 3/8 pole, led by More Than a Woman and Paul Angel. Racing from second, Hamac Exclusive. Steamboat Springs is 3rd. Up with the leaders 4th, Melody Maker. Almost Amos in 5th. Then it's Bad Girl Bridget, and Sobble Attack trails halfway home in the 10th, and they're led to the midway point by More Than a Woman in 56 seconds flat. That's another 28 seconds in the second quarter. Up the backstretch, they're going to 3/4 next. More Than a Woman, the leader. Second is Hamac Exclusive. Steamboat Springs 3rd. There goes Melody Maker. First up 4th. On the outside and racing from 5th. Bad Girl Bridget is coming late. Then in 6, Almost Amos. Sobble Attack of the rail 7th. 1:24 and 3 down at 3/4 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. More Than a Woman looking to see it through. Hamac Exclusive is 2nd. Melody Maker 3rd. Bad Girl Bridget on the far outside. Set the camera up. We're going to need it. Bad Girl Bridget. More Than a Woman. Bad Girl Bridget. Maybe in the final stride here, there's going to be a win photo. Oh, and the time for the mile in 1:53 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. We saw the 5, More Than a Woman, and Paul Angel lay down the fractions. 28:56, 1:24 and 3 to 3/4. And here is the stretch drive as we see, not on the screen yet. Coming though, there we see Bad Girl Bridget on the far outside, and folks, she's going to reach up to win this one tonight in 1:53 and 4. What a mile here tonight, those torrid fractions. More Than a Woman in there for 2nd. The 2, Steamboat Springs is 3rd. Another ice cold for me. That's 3 tonight, 6:52. We're going to see Bad Girl Bridget and Jason Hughes. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, you can leave it to the legendary veteran Bill Lanigan to bring his mare to Summerside on a Tuesday night just for a workout before the Ruby Chapel eliminations go here on Sunday afternoon. And they're in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from the 10th. Bad Girl Bridget, Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Stonebridge Terror. From the Badlands Hanover Dam, What a Bad Girl. Owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague, bred by Blaine Sudbury. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide her to victory. 153 and 4, just a 3/5 of a second off of that track record here. You might see it fall this coming Sunday. That's Bad Girl Bridget. The Blue Knight Hughes and Bill Lanigan in 153 and 4. Now the official results from the 10th race: Hamac Exclusive 4th, Steamboat Springs 3rd, Melody Maker 6th, Almost Amos 7th, More Than a Woman finished 2nd, Bad Girl Bridget the race winner, Sobble Attack was 5th, they went 28-56, 124 and 3, and the mile 153 and 4. In review 436, 72, 15. Bad Girl Bridget 410. The Exactor 920. That Rocky Sherman try at 38.90. And a Super Factor 589.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late pick 4 is on the last 4 races of every card at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Field of 9 in here. Equipment change on number 4. Molly Malone, Blinkers to Blind Bridle. Number 7, Apple Pie Moonshine, Make the Driver, Jeremy Baker. I'm going 291. Post time picks likes 231. Classifiers choices 239 in the 11th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that win photo from tonight's 10th race. Bad Girl Bridget getting up to beat the 5, More Than a Woman. Another great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Skip Across on the 11th race post plate on by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training. Landon Campbell drives. Number 2, Maya is owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Animosity 3, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRaja. Molly Malone 4, owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter, driven by Kenny Murphy. Sporty Spice 5 is owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia, Corey McPherson. Woodmere Cella number 6, Dana Sweet, training and driving for Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Apple Pie Moonshine 7, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training. Note the driver change to Jeremy Baker. Harlequin Romance number 8, owned by Gus Shaw of Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow, Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Jason Hughes. 9 is Timberley Lady, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives at 2 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. Stand by for a message from the new HBI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4, landing on the 2, Maya. 4-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Adam's looking for his 3rd win tonight. Started at Charlottetown on Thursday, July 2nd. Left from post 6, finished 4th. Just beat 3 lengths, 1:58 flat, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter. Look back to that start here, June the 9th. Left from 4, was a winner by 4 1/4 in 1:57 4, 29 2. Closing quarter. Maya leaving from post 2 tonight with Adam Murner, 4 to 5. There's a look at the 9, Timberley Lady, a 5-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for a driving double tonight. Started here on July the 1st. Left from post 5, finished 5. Race time 1:58 flat, 29 2. Closing quarter. Jacob Sweet was in the bike. Dropping down in class a little bit tonight. Timberley Lady from post 9. Jacob Sweet aboard at 15 to 1. And there's a look at the rail sitter Skip Across, an 8-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley Harper Jr. is the trainer with Landon Campbell in the bike. Last start was Thursday, July 2nd at Charlottetown. Left from post 4, was a winner by a neck, 1:58 flat, 29 1. Closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike for that one, 22nd lifetime win for Skip Across in her last start. On the rail tonight, Mark's son Landon's going to do the driving. He's got a win already tonight, looking for a double. Right now, 19 to 1. Correction, he's got 2 wins tonight, looking for a triple, Landon Campbell. Tonight's 11th race has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Skip across Maya Animosity, Molly Malone, Sporty Spice, Woodmere Chella, Apple Pie Moonshine, Harlequin Romance, and back Timberly Lady. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Molly Malone shoots out from the center to the front. Maya sagging third is Animosity. Coming up fourth from the outside is Woodmere Cello. On the rail, skip across away fifth, Timberly Lady. She goes in sixth. Away seventh, that's Sporty Spice. Then in eighth, that is Apple Pie Moonshine. And the trailer, Harlequin Romance. Quarter pole bound, Molly Malone. Out in front, in line to Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Cello's caught out and moving up second. Third at the rail, that's Maya. Now in fourth, Animosity, 28 and 3 the opening quarter, and Woodmere Chella keeps coming. She's about to clear the lead. In line to Data Sweet. Second is Molly Malone, then in third, that's Maya racing from fourth. Animosity, more movement on the front end. Here comes Molly Malone and Kenny Murphy back to the point at the opening half mile. Woodmere Chella is second, Maya's third, Animosity underway fourth. Skip across picks up the second over toe. On the outside fifth, they were halfway home in 57 and 4. On by now the 5/8, and they're headed to the 3/4. Molly Malone the leader. On the outside, Animosity, Woodmere Chella third. In between horses of fourth. That skip across up there 3 wide. Timberly Lady marches up at the cones. Maya has nowhere to go. She's locked up solid. Now on the outside, that's Harlequin Romance to 3/4 in 1:28 flat. They're down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Molly Malone is still there. Animosity not far away, turning for home. Timberly Lady now third. Maya's coming late fourth. Deep stretch now on the line. Molly Malone looks to hang on. Animosity drove up alongside. They're in the win picture. Maya closed up third. 1:56 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Molly Malone went to the front 28 and 3, went back to the front 57 and 4, 128 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. We got Animosity in the outside, Molly Malone on the inside. Who's it going to be, folks? Oh, it is posted. Molly Malone does hang on to get this one. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media in the slow-mo here. Molly Malone hanging on to win tonight in 1:56 and 4, right to her record. In for second is the 3, Animosity, with the 2, Maya in there for third. It's 4-3-2. Unofficially in the 11th, we're going to see Molly Malone and Kenny Murphy. He's got his second win of the night for the double. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Molly Malone goes to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle here in the 11th. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by In the Arsenal from the Bettor's Delight Dam Frenzy. Owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Bred by Black Knight Stables. Trained by Fred Painter. Kenny Murphy will guide her to victory. Kenny's second, the winner on the night. For the double, mare going right to her record. 156-4. Molly Malone doubles up Kenny Murphy in the 11th. Now the official results from the 11th race. Skip Across was 8th, Maya 3rd, Animosity was 2nd, Molly Malone the race winner, Sporty Spice was 5th, Would-Be Urchella finished 6th, Apple Pie Moonshine was 9th, Harlequin Romance 7th, Timberly Lady 4th, fractions of 28 and 3, 57 and 4, 128, and the mile 156 and 4. In review, it's 832-156-974. Molly Malone returning $5. The exactor 1840, triactor 3150, and the superfecta 2421.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We got 11 races in the books. Race number 12 coming up. Let's talk about a night in July the 17th. Red Shores is excited to present Race Announcers Reunion Night on Friday, July 17th during Governor's Plate Week. Greg Blanchard, Shannon Sugar Doyle, Kevin Boomer Gallant, Alan McDonald, Joey Mills, and yours truly will join Vance Cameron in the announcer's booth to call a race during the program. Join us for a night of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls as we celebrate Race Announcers Reunion Night here in Summerside on Friday, July the 17th. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. Equipment change on number 4. In here, that is Levi Sonic, closed bridle to blinkers. I like 615. Post time picks going 625. Classifier's choice is 621 in the 12th race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that close win photo from tonight's 11th race. Molly Malone just nipping Animosity, hanging on for the win tonight. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Twelfth race set for the post parade. Number 1, Sharky, is owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGuirk of Kensington. Taylor trains and drives. 2, Privilege, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Robert Hayes, Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by George Renison, Ryan DeRoche. Hockey's Day-O, number 3, is owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4, Levi Sonic, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collings. Jeremy Baker drives. 5 is Acrobat Hanover, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies, Corey McPherson. Good Omen 6 is owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 7, Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Kenny Murphy. Starship Zodiac, number 8, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training and driven by Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time. Red Shores is pleased to welcome back Melissa Keith, Garnet Barnsdale, and Ken Workington for the 2026 All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Field of 8, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Equipment change on the 4, Levi Sonic, from close to blinkers. There's a look at the 6, Good Omen. 5-year-old Big Gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown, June the 27th, PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots for post 5. Finished second, placed 7th, 155-1, 28-3 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. 3 wins last season, 156 season's best right here in Summerside. Still looking for that first win of 2026. Could be tonight. Good Omen with Paul Angels looking for win number 3, and they are at 9-5. There's a look at the rail sitter, Sharky. 6-year-old brown gelding by He's Watching for Taylor Doyle and Jack McGuirk of Kensington. Shout out to Jack McGuirk. He's watching this race tonight. Taylor Doyle is the trainer and driver. Taylor looking for a driving and training double tonight, leaving on the rail with Sharky. I think he's got a good shot to get something in here. Canada Day. Post 8, finished 6, 157-3, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Taylor Doyle was in the bike. June the 9th here, 3 down, post 3, finished 4th, just beat 3.5. Race time 155-4, 29-1 closing quarter for Sharky. He had 6 wins last season, 154-4 season's best here in Summerside. He's looking for his first win, could be tonight on the rail. Sharky with Taylor Doyle at 6-5. There we get a look at the 5, Acrobat Hanover, 9-year-old Big Yelling by Sports Writer for Robin Legendess of Summerside. Chris Davies, the trainer. Corey McPherson is in the bike. started here on July 1st from post 4. Finished second, 157-1, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Corey McPherson was in the bike, looking for the first win of the season. That's Acrobat Hanover from post 5 with Corey McPherson at 5-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 12th race. Field of 8, Sharkey and Taylor Doyle at 3-2. Privilege and Ryan Darash at 16-1. 3 is Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet at 20-1. 4 Levi Sonic with Jeremy Baker. They're 14-1. 5 Acrobat Hanover with Corey McPherson at 5-1. Good Omen 6 with Paul Langella at 2-1. Brookdale J Mac 7 with Kenny Murphy at 3-1. And Starship Zodiac rounds out the field with Brady Sweet, and they are at 20-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 12th race has a full field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sharkey, Privilege, Hawkish Dale, Levi Sonic, Acrobat Hanover, Good Omen, Brookdale J Max, Starship Zodiac outside. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Levi Sonic from the center leaving out. Second, that's Privilege. Up the rail, Sharkey will round the turn third. Driving up fourth, Hawkish Dale. From the outside, Brookdale J Mac fifth. In up the rail going for sixth, that's Acrobat Hanover. Now in seventh is Good Omen, followed by the trailer, Starship Zodiac. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter to go. Levi Sonic leads it. In line to Jeremy Baker. Racing from second along the rail, that's Privilege. Sharkey goes third. Hawkish Dale's in fourth. Brookdale J Mac, he's the fifth one to round the turn, up at 29. And a one opener. Acrobat Hanover's in sixth. Seventh is Good Omen, and the trailer, that is Starship Zodiac. Straight alignment as they move off the paddock turn. On the point, that is Levi Sonic halfway home. Second is Privilege. Sharkey's in third. Fourth is Hawkish Dale. On the outside, fifth is Brookdale J Mac. Sixth, that is Acrobat Hanover. Good Omen goes seventh. Starship Zodiac is 8:58. Seconds flat was the half. 3/8 to go. Levi Sonic the leader. Sharkey now at his wheel. Third on the rail, Privilege. Coming up fourth on the outside, Brookdale J Mac. On the cones, Hawkish Dale fifth. Acrobat Hanover third over sixth. Good Omen is seventh. 7th, and trailing the field, that is Starship Zodiac. New leader rounding the turn. Sharky strikes the front off a 3/4 of 1, 27 and 1, and they're homeward bound. Sharky in the middle. Brookdale J. Mack on the outside coming with them. Levi Sonic, Acrobat Hanover, Good Omen way wide. Here is Brookdale J. Mack. Kenny Murphy triples up. Second, that'll go to Good Omen. Acrobat Hanover third. Time for the mile, 1:56. Bullet.
Comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Levi Sonic went to the front, 29 and 1, the half in 58. Sharky came first up, took over at 3/4 in 1:27 and 1. Here's a stretch drive, though. We see smiling Kenny Murphy. Here's a great shot by Universal's Matthew McLean as we see Kenny Murphy triple up tonight. Back to back as well. He gets the job done with Brookdale. J. Mack kind of overlooked this horse, and here he's dropped way down in class. He gets his second win of the season, 11th career. Tonight in 1:56 flat. Up for second is the 6 Good Omen. Acrobat Hanover third. It's 7-6-5 unofficially in the 12th. We're going to see Brookdale J. Mack and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Brookdale J. Mack will find his way to the 12th race Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle. Max of Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by He's Watching from the Bettor's Delight Dam, Bettor's Choice. Owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Trained by Phil Sizer. Kenny Murphy picks up his third winner tonight. He'll triple. The mile's in 1:56. Brookdale J. Mack and the Kenny Murphy triple in the 12th. Here's the official results from the 12th race. Sharky 4th, Privilege 6th, Hockey's Day-O 7th, Levi Sonic finished 5th and had broken equipment. Acrobat Hanover 3rd, Good Omen was 2nd, Brookdale J. Mack the race winner. Starship Zodiac was 8. They went 29-1, 58. 127-1, and the mile 156. In review, 467. 532. 18. Brookdale J. Mack paid $12.70. The Exactor 41.20, the Triactor 190, and the Superfactor 34.56.
The 58th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring a purse of $50,000, is scheduled for Saturday, July the 18th at Red Shores, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers, post time for the Governor's Plate program is 5 p.m., and you can get more details on Summerside's big week of racing by visiting Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. It's our feature tonight. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going 6.52. Post time picks like 6.53. Classifiers choice is 6.52 in the 13th race in 6 minutes. In the upcoming 13th race, note the driver change on 1, Tony Tootal to Kenny Murphy. Equipment change on number 1, Tony Tootal. Line pole to head pole on the outside.
Preferred Pacers for tonight's featured 13th on parade. Tony Tootal to 1. Owned by Perry Burke, Grosjean, Quebec. Trained by Luke Burke. Note that driver changed to Kenny Murphy. Sure Thing Captain number 2, owned by David and John Sweet and Brett McDonald. Trained by Ralph Sweet. Jason Hughes drives. Freeman's Legacy 3, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. The trainer driver, Jacob Sweet. Doc Awesome wears number 4. Home with Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training, driven tonight by Adam Murder. Hullabaloo, number 5. Home with Nick Way Farm, St. David's, Newfoundland, for trainer-driver Paul Angel. Number 6, Mickey Shan, home with Capsing Racing Stable. Stephen Klonowski, Earl Hill Jr., and Donald McRae, trained by Chris McKay and driven by Corey McPherson. At 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you mentioned, we're coming up with our selections in the featured preferred. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And I'm matching strides with you, Mr. Skirman. I've seen your picks. I like the 6. I like the 5. I went with the 2. And if you play the super, I threw in the 3. Freeman's Legacy. It's 6-5-2-3. And we've got a couple, at least 2, Governor's Plate elimination starters here in the 13.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race, and we're matching strides all the way. 6-5-2-3 is my selections as well. I think we're going to see the Hullabaloo that's on the paper tonight, Vance. He just got off the truck apparently on Thursday, and then he raced here on Canada Day, like Thursday the week before, and raced here on Canada Day. So he might be a little bit sharper tonight coming into this one. He's leaving inside of Mickey Shan, so it might be a little different race tonight.
No, you got it right on, Rocky. That's the way it went down. Paul Langelo's in the judges' stand, and he mentioned just, he really didn't have much of a chance because he had just gotten here, had a day or two of jogging, and that's it. You will see a different Hullabaloo tonight, I'm quite sure of it.
Yeah, I believe so. Let's have a look at the odds board in tonight's 13th race. Our feature here on a Tuesday night at Summerside. Tony Tootal and Kenny Murphy on the rail, 37-1. Sure Thing Captain Jason Hughes at 51-1. Freeman's Legacy 3 with Jacob Sweet at 48-1. 4 is Doc Awesome with Adam Murner at 34-1. Hullabaloo leaves 5 with Paul Angel at 9-5. And there's a look at Mickey Shan, the fastest horse on the Maritime circuit. 149-4 last fall at Charlottetown. Kurt Hughes and I were working that day. He's leaving 6, and they are at 1-9. That's the field for tonight's feature. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 13th race, our feature here at Red Shores in Summerside. A good-looking field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Preferred pacers are Tony Too Tall, Sure Thing Captain, Freeman's Legacy, Doc Awesome, Hella Baloo, Mickey Shan, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing, and Mickey Sham was back off the gate getting away and right on to the lead. Doc Awesome headed to the point. Second at the rail, Tony Too Tall. Freeman's Legacy got away third. Hullabaloo drives up fourth on the outside. Sure Thing Captain's away fifth, followed by the trailer, and that is Mickey Shan. They're on the back stretch. Doc Awesome from Ernie, but Hullabaloo is picking them off here on the outside. He's headed to the front, in line to Paul Lange. Hullabaloo takes over off the quarter. Second is Doc Awesome, and they open this one up in 28 seconds flat. On the turn third, that's Tony Too Tall. Freeman's Legacy fourth. Fifth, along that inside, is Sure Thing Captain. Mickey Shan sees them all here as they move towards the half mile. It's Hullabaloo and Langell. They're halfway home. Second is Doc Awesome, racing from third. In up the rail, Tony Too Tall. Freeman's Legacy fourth. Sure Thing Captain has a big gap to him, and Mickey Shan has a lot of work to do. Off a half mile of 56 and 2. Hullabaloo going on by the 5/8, the leader. Second is Doc Awesome. Tony Too Tall third. Fourth, that's Freeman's Legacy. Mickey Shan is picked up fifth, and now trailing the field, that is Sure Thing Captain. They go by 3/4. Hullabaloo's on the lead. Doc Awesome right with them second. 3/4 tripped in 1:24 and 3/8 of a mile left to go. Hullabaloo. Doc Awesome's looking for the upset here. Tony Too Tall third. Mickey Shan fourth. Deep stretch now, and Doc Awesome up on the outside has got to them all here tonight in Summerside for Adam Murner. Doc Awesome is the giant killer on this Tuesday night. Time for the mile. Wow. 1:52 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Our feature, we saw Hullabaloo get to the front, 28 to half, 56 and 2. 124 and 3 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Doc Awesome, as Vance said, plays giant killer here tonight. He might have just punched his ticket to the Governor's Plate eliminations, folks. He gets a new race win record tonight of 152 and 2. He's never been better. Wow, what a trip. Adam Murner gets his third win tonight. Hullabaloo in there for second. Up for third is Mickey Shan. It is 4, 5, 6 unofficially in the feature. We're going to see Doc Awesome and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Team McCachran has just done a superior job with this horse since he arrived here in PEI, and Adam Murner just gave him a fantastic steer here in Summerside, and I don't know how the ownership group avoids the Governor's Plate eliminations here on Sunday after this performance on this Tuesday night. Doc Awesome, he's going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 13th. Doc's a bay pacing gelding 6 by all bets off from the McCardle Dam Direct Mac Awesome. Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, Mike Cameron of Summerside, bred by Steve Taylor, Kitchener, Ontario. Trained by Darla McCachran. Adam Murner's third winner on the night for the triple. And he'll pace to a new race win record tonight. Excellent performance. 152 and 2. Doc Awesome in the preferred. Now the official results in the 13th. Tony Too Tall 4th. Sure Thing Captain 6th. Freeman's Legacy 5th. Doc Awesome was the race winner. Hullabaloo finished 2nd. Mickey Shan 3rd. 28, 56 and 2. 124 and 3. And the mile in 152 and 2. In review, 465. 1, 2, 3. Doc Awesome returning 45.90 to win. The exactor 500, 390. The triactor 344.40. The superfecta 149.77.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Redshores Summerside and Redshores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the 14th race finale. I'm going to go 3-1-4. Post time picks at 1-3-6. Classifier's choice is 1-6-4 in the finale in 6 minutes.
Fourteenth race on parade, number 1, Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter, tonight out of Murder. 2 is Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Ryan DeRoche drives. 3, Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Campbell of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. Braxton's Boy, number 4, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Galan of Summerside. Ricky does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Weimar Jimbo 5, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, driven by Kenny Murphy. Almac Charmer 6, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell. Abiding Art 7, owned by Jack and Brenda Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by George Rentis and Jacob Sweet. 8, Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Mario Macri. Note the driver change to Landon Campbell. 9 is Hands Off, Nose In, owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of Valeri. Jason Hughes drives. 3 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing comes up Thursday at Red Shores, Charlottetown, starting at 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High 5 selections to wrap up Tuesday night in Summerside.
And there's a look at our selections in the finale. Super High 5, full field of 9 in here. I'm going to go 3, 1, 4, 6, 8. Vance Cameron going 6, 1, 3, 4, 2. There's our Super High 5 tickets. Get in the Super High 5 here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the finale. Race 14, field of 9. Little Leroy and Adam Murner on the rail at 4 to 5. 2 is Brookdale Thomas with Ryan DeRoche at 43 to 1. 3 is Cheeky Play with Corey McPherson at 34 to 1. The 4, Braxton's Boy with Brady Sweet at 11 to 1. 5 is Weimar Jimbo with Kenny Murphy at all 9s. The 6, Halmac Charmer with Paul Angela at 3 to 5. 7 is Abiding Art with Jacob Sweet at 57 to 1. 8, Starship Destiny. Note the driver change to Landon Campbell at 69 to 1. In the back tier, that's the 9, Hands Off, Nose In with Jason Hughes at 55 to 1. That's the field for the 14th race finale. Good luck with your selections. 14th race finale has a full field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Little Leroy, Brookdale Thomas, Cheeky Play, Braxton's Boy, Weimar Jimbo, Hamac Charmer, Abiding Art, Starship Destiny up front, the trailer, hands off, nose in, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Super High 5 finale, post time. Up and pacing, Hamac Charmer leaving out, Braxton's Boy leaving along the rail. That's Little Leroy, he's leaving as they make their way round the turn. Fourth towards the rail, that is Brookdale Thomas coming up fifth from the outside, Starship Destiny. Cheeky Play away in sixth, hands off, nose in is seventh, Weimar Jimbo is eighth, and trailing the field, that is Abiding Art over to the opening quarter, spent hard to lead it. Here comes Hamac Charmer for Paul Langell to clear the lead, but he had to pay a price, and that price was 27-2. Boom! Just like that, a fired up Hamac Charmer, the leader with Langell. Second is Little Leroy, Braxton's Boy third, racing from fourth. Towards the inside is Brookdale Thomas. Now in fifth is Starship Destiny. Racing from sixth, Cheeky Play. Hands off, nose in is seventh. From the outside, eighth, Abiding Art. Now the trailer, Weimar Jimbo, 55-3, the opening half mile, 28-1 in the second quarter. Willing on by the 5H, led by Hamac Charmer. Racing from second, Little Leroy. Third at the rail is Braxton's Boy. Racing from fourth, down along that inside as they go to the backstretch. That is Brookdale Thomas. Fifth is Starship Destiny. 3/4, that's in the books. Getting him there, Hamac Charmer in 1:25. Little Leroy up and after the leader. Coming out 3 wide, third, Brookdale Thomas, he's getting into it late. Braxton's Boy has a wall in front of him. Down the home stretch they come. Little Leroy takes over late. Up the inside, Braxton's Boy. Here's Little Leroy. Adam Murder does it again to close it out. Second, Braxton's Boy. Hamac Charmer, he held third. And the time for the mile in 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the 14th race finale. We saw Little Leroy get the job done here tonight as Hamac Charmer laid down the fractions 27-2, 55-3, 125. Here's the stretch drive. Adam Murner, he gets a quadruple tonight and he goes back-to-back for the last 2 races. 154-4. Little Leroy looks like he's back to himself here tonight. He drives away from the field here to win. Braxton's Boy second, Hamac Charmer third. It's 1-4-6 unofficially in the finale. We'll see Little Leroy and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Adam Murner topped off his Tuesday night here in Summerside with a grand slam to close it out here in the 14th. Aboard Little Leroy going into the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Source of Pride from the Art Major Dam, Charlie Hanover. Home of Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart. Brian Ramsey and the BMD Memorial Stable, bred by Eldred Nicholson. Trained by Joe Baxter and Adam Murner with win number 4, mile in 154 and 4. Little Leroy, the Murner Grand Slam in the Super High 5. Now the official results in the 14th. Little Leroy, the winner. Brookdale Thomas, 6th. Cheeky Play was 8th. Braxton's Boy was 2nd. Reimer Jimbo, 4th. Hamac Charmer finished 3rd. Abiding Art was 9th. Starship Destiny, 7th. Hands Off Nose In was 5th. 27 and 2. 55 and 3. 125. And the mile 150, 4 and 4. In review, 168, 243, 975. Little Leroy paid $270. Exactor $10. Triactor $19.70. The Late Daily Double paid $10.90. And the Super High 5 was $147.75. And that's going to complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle, $74,199. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.